I am so sorry. It was totally unacceptable, and I cannot believe that one was so rude. Froggy. Tally ho, Zoe. It looks like it's just us for now. Although young Mira shall be joining us shortly. I have on good authority. No answer to that. Grown man forces child into sleep deprivation and can't even be punctual. Well, grow up. Please don't leave. There's only you here. You see this thing? Where is it? Please don't let it drop below 1. Thank you, dear. I shall not W. I shall not W. Oh well. Seeing as there's nobody else here, we might as well get on with it. Even if it's until 1 AM. What can I do about that? I'm sorry. So it's already 8 o'clock here. What can I do? How are you anyway? All good? Oh no. She's gone. She's gone! Got a new art book, like a study book or like a reference book? What's going on? The Last Jedi concept art book. To be fair, I heard that there's some quite cool stuff in there. Like, it goes really into detail with the temple and whatever. And honestly, like, I have my own opinions on the movie, but in terms of visuals, it's amazing. Especially with the mosaics and everything, like, they go into so much detail. What is it? I've forgotten what it's called now. That balance mural thing. I'm only missing the Force Awakens concept artworks, and then I have all 3. Nice. Nice. I think there's some cool stuff in the Force Awakens one as well. Can't remember from the top of my head. It goes really into detail with the Knights of Ren, if I remember right. I might be totally lying. Talon? Really? I know Rise of Skywalker's got Revan and Crate and all that sort of jargon. Nice. Have you ever seen the yeah, it does. There's some legions of soldiers or something, which some of the Sith legions are named after Legends Sith Lords, and Revan's one of them, so obviously we all lost our minds. Yeah. In the fleet. Yeah. I liked your piece earlier, by the way. Get it up on screen. Just to embarrass you again. And of course, because it's Instagram, it doesn't work. There we go. You're doing it for a local content. I mean, I don't know how you do it, right? But these like frills and everything are ridiculous. Like, I can't draw them to save my life. And you've gone into so much detailing with like the flowers in the background and the arches and everything. Like, you've got background, foreground is the piece. You've got foreground at the front here, and then the midground is like amazing. Frills are great. There's another one for your t-shirt. Do a frilly t-shirt and put that on it. How many layers? What, for the frills or for the whole thing? Hello, second person. Welcome. For the whole thing. Nice. And going back to what we said before about hands, I do love the way that you've conveniently just, you know, got that ponytail right there, just covering where both hands are supposed to be. 126 layers. Nice. It's Mira. Hi, Mira. What are you drawing today? Mira's back, everybody. Okay. I speak language very good. Don't worry, like I said, I go through hundreds of layers on each one. The thing is, like, I'm constantly merging just to take the strain off the computer, so... Yeah. Mira, just at the minute, we're looking at Zoe's last piece that she just did. Which, I think you just said wasn't for an art contest. In fact, it probably says it there. Yeah. And just reading it, I didn't even realise it was Sailor Moon. But it's probably because I'm a grown man, so... As you like to keep reminding me. Mira's gone quiet again. Anyway, let's have a look at where we got to last time. And we'll do this full screen. And of course, like a fucking noob. There we go. See, there it is. It looks better, right? Grown man can't recognise 90s anime. To be fair, right? The only anime which we had in the UK at the time really was Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z. Nothing else was really on. I don't know why, because everywhere else in the world seemed to have it, but from what I remember, those were the only two things which were on. And then like Digimon and Beyblade followed after. It might have been on, but it might have been on like a different channel. You were a Star Wars child. Okay. The Clone Wars since you were 6. Original trilogy, baby. Yeah. No, I'm not that old. We were going to the cinema. So, if I remember right, one of our first trips to the cinema was to see episode 1. But we were obviously old enough to remember all of the hype before it. In like the year before it, when they announced that it was coming back out and he was going to do prequels. So I grew up going to a childminder. And there was one of her sons, rather, was about 18, 19 at the time. And he had the original trilogy on all the time, so I kind of grew up with both. I'm 14, so that stuff was made before you were born. Thank you, Mira. Thank you. Are you drawing anything today? I already got a movie on next to me. Got the popcorn out, which is why it's taken so long to type anything. I grew up in a weird period between the prequels and the sequels whilst getting the Clone Wars and Rebels. To be fair, that was not a bad time to get introduced to it. You're in that innocent stage where everything new is awesome and you can't compare it to the old because you had no idea what the old was like. Rebels was awesome. Rebels was awesome. It captured the vibe really, really well. For me, personally. Alright, apart from Talon, who is your favourite Legends character? Go! Tell me! Just like the lightsabers and art. Very good question, I know. Mara was awesome. Mara was awesome. I remember the first time reading it thinking, dude, this is a character. Like, her backstory was ridiculous. They did. But, you know what? With my artwork, I fixed it for everyone. I know I kind of killed her, but, you know, it was the best I could do. Abeloth was mad. He was mad. But no, I did like that story. Actually, that's one of my favourite Clone Wars arcs as well, so. Yeah. Anyway. Back to young Ahsoka. Now, you actually notice on the screen at the minute, I've got my references up there. and I can't actually click on any of them except move them around, so I can't move the window, but it doesn't matter what I do, it's still kind of on the beginning of on the front of the screen. So that is a little program called PureRef. If anybody's interested and does digital art, it's really, really useful, really handy to have. What's my favourite series? You mean in terms of TV or Star Wars TV, obviously? Star Wars TV. I'm gonna go with Clone Wars, honestly. The first few seasons were a bit dud, a bit kiddie, but after series 4, as soon as they brought back Maul, it was like, I was done. Like, it was amazing. But don't get me wrong, I really liked Rebels. And Resistance was interesting. I'd like watch it with kids, but and like the season finales were generally alright, but meh. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. Hera is one of the most underrated characters, honestly. I think it's really, I think that sort of mother figure is one of these character types which is really undervalued, especially being a leader as well. It was like they literally were a family. I think that hits the core of what they were going for, because it's so relatable, but it's also true to real life. Also, 7-year-old me has a huge crush on Sabine for 4 years. You know what? For the first few seasons, I didn't really like Sabine's design. I don't know why. When it got to season 4, I was like, she looks awesome. When she sort of, like, the armour went a bit sort of black. I don't know. I don't know why it was. Looking back, like, I quite like it now, but at the time, I just didn't quite like it. Because she was pretty and had coloured hair. Some people are easy to please. Yeah. Probably I'd had bad experiences with girls with coloured hair, so it might have skewed me a bit. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know what you guys think. How do you feel about the face? Honestly. Because for me, I'm not sure whether I like it like this or not. I honestly think, if I head back a second, if you look over to the bottom right here, she's actually got a much flatter face than I realised. And obviously, again, this is my own fault for not doing anything from reference last week, but kind of, it's just a very straight, flat line. Which is awkward, because I feel as though in Clone Wars that wasn't really the case. So I might see if I can just flatten that off a bit, or even quickly. I don't know. What do you think? Tell me. Let's have a look at some of the others. Oop. Again, it's like she's got a really sort of flattish face. You think it's okay? I think mine is more dynamic. If you know what I mean. But let's say for me, I'm just gonna get rid of these. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like, maybe it needs to be a bit more like that. Obviously, this is just me sketching out. Don't worry, I'm not ruining anything. But you see what I mean? Like, not much, but just a hint. But obviously with that, I could, if I'm lucky, do it like this. Because, you know, I'm a cheating, conniving, digital artist. Biblical. Grown man can't speak on the stream. Couldn't even say that. Just a bit tucked. Yeah. Get rid of that. Whoop. You see what I mean? Like, just between that and that. It just feels a bit more like the character. And then I'll just blend it. There's no cheating in art except tracing. If you're practicing right now, there's no reason to use a tool. The goal is to make nicer. True. True. And to be fair, right? If it's a study, and people need to add this caveat to when they say tracing is bad. If you are starting out and you have not got a clue about anatomy or how figures work, etc., there is nothing wrong with tracing. At all. As long as you're just learning from it. Because, honestly, that was how I learned. And that's how I managed to figure out how the human body kind of worked. You know, how to not get things looking as though they were out of position, out of place. That kind of thing. So I don't think there's anything wrong with studying by tracing. Mirror agrees. Yeah, that looks a bit better, doesn't it? Yeah, just a little bit of highlight. No problem. Thank you for dropping by, Zoe, anyway. It looks like it's just me and Mira from now. Tracing is a way of learning and training your muscle memory. That is also a very good point. That is a very good point. And that's the thing, with a lot of this stuff, it is about muscle memory. And again, it's about figuring out what looks natural and what doesn't. And I think you could apply it to anything, not just the human form as such. You could do it for anything. It's how you learn perspective as well. Mira, take care of Ollie. It's now your job to carry the conversation. Don't let him or the chat die. Oh, don't worry, I still get told to go to bed by my parents. And I'm old. Don't worry, Zoe. We still love you. Before you go into the Discord and bug them all to come online. I see a little notification down there, but... let's just quickly switch this back to over here. Whilst I check what's going on in the Discord. Absolutely nothing is going on in the Discord. That's a shame. Never mind. Looks like it's just us then. Mira, was it you said it was your mum that followed me on Instagram the other day? And I swear she used the word dope. And I was like, I can't imagine an older... It's Monday, Ollie. Oh my god, Path here. Speak of the devil. Hello, Path. Hello, Path. We nearly got to 3 people in at once. But you just missed it. Dang. It was her that said the word dope. Because that just doesn't sound like a very Bulgarian thing to say. Or maybe it sounds like a very Bulgarian thing to say. I don't know. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better, actually. Let's get that new layer going. Path, how's it going, dude? How's your download going? Look, she's a queen of typo. No, it's a real word. It's like a real, like, British slang, which was why I was confused. It wasn't so much that it was wrong. It was the fact that it was right that confused me. Yeah, just gonna bring up this. God. Put it over here. Give me a second. Yeah, so today we are going to be doing and starting the clothes. Because I think the rest of it seems to be okay. Path, are you drawing anything tonight? Or... I know it is, but she doesn't seem to know that. Apparently she does. Or maybe I was thinking of a completely different person. I have no idea. No, you can't draw because the computer resources are all going into downloading the Old Republic, aren't they? Good job. Right, so for the clothing, this one is always an interesting one because you've got this base layer going on here at the minute, which is pretty much, if you take the background off, you can see it's a little bit see-through in areas. If I zoom in, you can probably see better. It's a bit see-through. So often what I will do is I'll just quickly duplicate it, and it's filled in all of those gaps, which is fun. Because that means what I can do is if I then start, for example, let's say she was wearing like a tube top or something, I could kind of just, this is just an example, for select it like that, copy it, and that way I've almost got what looks like a tube top kind of thing. And if I was to, for example, want to say change it red, I'd create that clipping mask there and then just play around with the overlays, and that is in essence how I put colour on. Obviously before I do that I need to actually draw the clothes, etc., but that is the basic principle, and I hope if I get all of the clothes drawn and everything, let's say within the next 2 hours, we'll start getting onto that a bit later. She's young in her mind, apparently we never grow up. You were so tired that you paused the download. How is the computer doing work causing you to be tired? And to be fair, I actually agree with that sentiment, Mira. Like, why grow up? Growing up is overrated. If anything, it's trash. Colour! Don't get too excited. I'm gonna delete it now. Because we actually need to map out where this stuff is. Oh, for God's sake. So for this, I'm going to change to full screen again, just so that we can have that reference on screen. And of course it disappears. Things just aren't playing ball today. I don't know why. Window. Lock window. There we go. No. No, still doesn't want to play ball. What's going on today, guys? Jesus. That's it. That's what we want. Yeah. So, let's go. So we kind of need to get that overly shape going on. Of course. Need to imagine it wraps around the body. So we get rid of all of that. And in essence, we also kind of need to get rid of that. So that's phase 1. Might just make that a little bit. There we go. And that's where I like to create a copy of the layer. You can already see it kind of pops out as a separate copy. And I like to always make sure I've locked that layer below as well. And then, if I take down the opacity on the one behind, I now know roughly where I'm working with, or what I'm working with. So in the meantime, I'm probably just gonna get rid of some of this stuff as well. In fact, I might make it much. There we go. Just getting rid of some of it. What it does, it gives us a nice base layer, which we can then work on. So if I colour pick from there, I'll bring things all the way up to full opacity. I can fill in that shape. In fact, I don't even need to, do I? Because I'm an idiot. Because the Leku thing is actually over the top. So that's me being stupid again. So I can put that over the top. And then just as before, I'm just gonna add that colour. And then the other side, we're going to do the same thing. So we can see kind of around this area, the chest plate is quite rounded, so and obviously we know that the light is coming from this direction as well. So we get those values nice and bright. And it's just about going to and fro between all these layers. So if I merge that down, turn our opacity right down as well. Maybe give it an outline. And again, it's just kind of blending everything together so that it sticks out from the body. Now I know a lot of people, when they're doing this, for whatever reason, they like to go for an airbrush. Whereas for me, I actually prefer doing it like this. Purely because it gives it that almost, I don't know, that classic kind of painted feel. If you really zoom in on it. I know it looks a bit naff when you zoom in on it. If you then zoom it all the way out, it gives it that nice rustic kind of proper painted feel, which I think is really, really nice. So we can do that. We've got 3 people in the chat now. I see you, wherever you are. There. Say hello, everyone. Say hello, and if you got any questions, let me know. Because otherwise it's just me rambling on about Jack all for 4 hours. So we've kind of got that nicely done. Again, just going to go to the eraser. Once it's merged. We're watching what happens now. Well, like I said, there's probably going to be at least another, what, after today's stream, probably another 2, I would say, in order to get this done. Because on average, this painted style would take me somewhere between, let's say, 12 and 20 hours to do. I cut my finger, so I'm trying not to type right now. Oh, baby! I'm so sorry to hear that. You'll get used to me being a sarky bitch, by the way. And then it's nice as well. Again, using our little digital artist's tricks to just manipulate that shape so that it fits a bit more what we're trying to do, but still gives us that outward edge around the body. It's getting better. Woo! I'd say put F in the chat for Mira's thumb or finger, but yeah, if it's getting better, I blame it on you because I'm cutting pumpkin whilst. Are you serious? Right, so the first stream that we did when I came back and I started doing this again, we had Tui-chan in here and she burned her toast, right? And now we're into the third one and you've cut your fingers cutting pumpkin. At what is it, like, is it 8 o'clock where you are? It's totally... No, blame me. Blame me, it's all good. Not a problem. I'm here to be blamed. But yeah, again, it's just sort of reshaping it. And we can kind of see, it almost goes a bit upwards like that, doesn't it? So, it's less of a point. 1930. Of course, yeah. You're an hour behind me, I believe, aren't you? Because you're in Germany, if I remember right. Like I've said this before on streams, my memory is terrible. There's just too many of you people. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is bring the opacity of that back up, and then to differentiate, I'll select this clothing layer, go on hue saturation. I'm just going to turn that brightness down a bit, and we can then see what we're working with a bit better. Ακριβώς. Τέλεια. Exactly. It's okay, don't worry. If Annie comes in, she'll speak Greek as well, so... Πω ρε φίλε, ακριβώς. Although knowing my luck, she's probably already here. Lurking in the background. But yeah, once we've done that, we just need to kind of get some of these dark shades back in. Give it a bit of an edge. But of course, we're going to be coming back to this a fair few times because we need to put that lighting back on it as well. I think you already met her. I think she was the first person who welcomed you in the Discord. You can normally find us bickering in certain chats. Normally the gaming lobby. In fact, yeah, she was in the game last night with us. Let me see what we're kind of doing here. Just trying to get it so that it blends nicely, but again, we need to put a little bit of highlight here and there. I know her, but haven't met her here chatting. And yeah, she was on last time, but she wasn't really around for too long. Yeah, what happened there? Did your internet, like, give up, or? did you just get annoyed that you were so far behind? The game didn't work for... I was going to say, there was something not quite right there. I thought it might have been the internet, but... I think it depends on what device you're using. No, it was not accepting my answers, and I found that in the end there was actually some letters to... Yeah. To be fair, I think not a lot of people actually realise that. It took me 2 or 3 games to realise that it was revealing letters at the top. Like, every 20 seconds. Well, every 20 seconds, every 30, 40, however many seconds. But I just didn't point it out because I like winning. Yeah. So I'm just going to push that out a bit. Did I win? The first one, yes. In fact, it was so one-sided that I think they wanted me not to play anymore. But only because there's another girl, Ajito, who's on holiday. The minute she's gone to... She lives... I think she's from... I think she's Brazilian. Or Argentinian. I can't remember which one. But she lives in the States and she's got family there, so she's gone on holiday. But somehow she manages to win every time. So it was a nice change. But I'm a bad winner, so what can I say? Make that nice and thick. In the background, maybe even a little bit dark around these areas. Merge it up and repeat the process. I assume you can all hear me. You can hear me all right. I'm not speaking too quiet. So the goal is to best her again next time. Pretty much, yeah. I guess she's either used to bad drawing or her imagination is extremely good. Something like that. She does have a very vivid imagination, I'll give her that. But she's a lot of fun. She's in the figure study group as well. She's the one who actually submitted this week's pose. But like I said, because she's on vacation, she can't actually be here to post it, so I did it for her. So I think that's alright. I might just need to edge it out a bit. That works. No, you hear me perfectly. Hooray! 2 viewers is path back. Probably his poor computer died. I'm making him download a game, but I don't think his old laptop can take it. Yeah, that's that. And in essence, what I need to do... Yeah, there he is. But yeah, in essence, what I would do now is I'd just keep repeating that cycle with all the different areas of the clothing, which is always fun. In some ways, it makes it seem a bit pointless doing the body, but honestly, it makes life so much easier. Because it allows you to figure out how, let's say, how the clothing actually positions itself on the body. So almost, you start, when you're making this kind of painting, you're starting off by 3D modelling the person, and then in essence you're adding clothes to fit the body. It's weird logic, but you know, it kind of makes sense. Oh, I saw the submission, it was gorgeous, she managed to do the pose. Oh no, that was Annie. The person, there was Jayla and Annie who have submitted. Ajito is the person who submitted the reference. So the photo that we're working from. Oh yes, I charged my laptop 4 times and it's going to discharge. Just leave it on charge, dude. Jesus. If it's that bad and that sort of difficult, how's it going to play the game? Maybe one of these days we'll stream that. We'll stream us playing it really badly, because I'm a total noob on it and I've got no idea what's going on. Right, so next, probably need to do these sort of hip band kind of thing. So same again. Whoop. Just gonna kind of select it. You can see it kind of rounds out around there, doesn't it? Kind of. I've probably done a bit too big there, but you can see what I'm trying to do. Just minus it a bit. Yeah, that works, doesn't it? So, that kind of goes like that. Maybe needs to be up a bit. So you can kind of see the outline vaguely in the shadow there for the legs. So yeah, it's more or less right. Might just need a bit of repositioning. Does that work? I think that it's a start, isn't it? It's a start. We can always remodel it a bit. Oh, by the way, Path, how did your exams go? Or your exam? I think you assume you had one today. There we go. Let's take it all the way down again. Again, we'll lock that layer because I'm an idiot and we'll definitely start painting on it. And again, it kind of comes out from the body, doesn't it? So we'll bring these out, these side bits out. And again, we don't need to worry too much about the shape at the minute. Went pretty good. Tomorrow is maths. Oh, my favourite. That was the one subject in school, but and in uni actually. Math in school I absolutely despised, hated it, couldn't wait to give it up. And then, obviously having given it up, went to university and then had to start doing flipping finance. Can't stand it. I don't want to be too harsh on the tutors either, but half of them aren't very good at teaching it. In my school, we have continuous exams without a break. Why does it not surprise me that you love maths? Nah, man, for me, I was the history kid. 100%. Mira Spill, what was your favourite subject in school? So let's lock that one as well, just so I don't do something stupid. So that's almost a bit more rounded, isn't it? So let's do some little bits of outlining. Real soft. Just gotta try and get some shaping going on. I hate history, I just go. You love maths, just not algebra. Each to the right. What is it with this chat? Why is everybody into maths? Nah, man, I loved history. If I didn't go into do kind of applied business studies, I would have definitely done like archaeology or something. It's my jam. Again, just trying to get that nice blending going on. Again, we don't need to be too fussy about it. Because as much as we're doing a lot of lighting just naturally by the way that I've already sort of put the values on the body, so to speak, that will then translate later on when we do the full-on lighting phase. In school, I hated chemistry and you loved English. And Russian. Okay. Do you learn English in school in Bulgaria, or did you move out when you were younger? I have this theory that it's just English language teachers that just can't teach. Learning a language by myself, I could do it, but learning from one of the teachers, I just couldn't do it. Actually, thinking about it, almost comes out a bit more like this, doesn't it? Let's make a new layer on top. In Bulgaria, we even have English. Ah, you have like the frontisteria kind of things, which we have in Greece. You know what I mean? The after school English, schools. Respectively the same for other languages, Italian, French. But, well, that's the thing. I always found that, obviously, in my line of work, I've come across quite a lot of Bulgarians here and Albanians as well, and they all seem to speak so many languages, especially the younger people. And they speak, like, manage to speak Greek, like, ridiculously well. Same here, every school teaches English. Path, I can't remember, are you from India? I can't remember exactly. I might be totally wrong on that one. If I am, I'm sorry. Get some nice light bouncing off of there. Just to make it stand out. And then what we're going to do, just going to come around the back here, give it that illusion. Turn it down a bit more. There it is, going around that hip. Just make it even darker. So again, slowly it's taking shape. There are many Bulgarian words that are used in the Greek language, or actually it's the other way around. Well, it is. Greek is one of those founding languages, isn't it? It's spread kind of outwards. Which is why I love history. Sorry, guys. Meh. It means I can make smart-ass comments like that, and people think I'm clever. But I guess also there's probably a lot of minority sort of. I know in Albania there's a lot of sort of northern Greece, Albania, Bulgaria. There's a lot of intermingling around the borders, isn't there? In terms of minorities, etc. I love smart-assing too. It's a good thing to do. It makes people think you're clever. Even if you aren't. Which actually is probably a bit of a problem. Path disappeared again, guys. I think he's gone walkies. Maybe his laptop died. How's that looking? I think that's looking pretty good. Might be a bit big, I think, maybe. I don't know. My voice has gone all high again. Ah. Ah. Yeah, let's make it a bit higher. It's gonna get covered up anyway, but just to make it look like I'm a professional. So again, just gonna tone that down. Again, we can add some lighting on it as we go. Bring the opacity back up on here. I think that looks pretty good. A lot of Greeks come to Bulgaria and go to dentists or become dentists. Or they're just Greek people in the south of Bulgaria with really bad teeth. Let's put that there. There we go. Get that nice lighting on there, just so. We didn't waste our time before, but it needs to be a bit rounder, doesn't it? Oh! Interesting. Well, I didn't know that. Although, to be fair, the healthcare here does cost an absolute bomb. Like, it's good quality, but... They come to Bulgaria to visit the dentist for some reason. I can't say nothing. I don't know. I lived up around Thessaloniki for a while, so... I'll ask my friends up there when I have the time. Yeah, that kind of works, doesn't it? Let's merge that again. Again, don't need to be too fussy, but I'm going to be anyway because I'm me. Just round it out a bit. That's nice, isn't it? That works. And again, right, it sounds ridiculously stupid drawing stuff like little features like the belly button, but it actually comes in so much sort of... It's really, really handy when it comes to plotting clothing and stuff, because you know roughly where things are. Yeah, so that's quite nice. I think that's alright. Might just give it another little trim around the side. It's better. And the beauty of this technique is obviously we're going in layers. So we're going one layer on top of another on top of another. So once I've done with this, I can actually take out the belt and the features from this layer and put it on top again. Oh, sorry, my net is now working, so I keep disconnected. You've been using all your bandwidth, man. Even the video is stuck half the time. That doesn't sound good. I don't think I'm having any problems my end. Mirror, I'm not lagging your end, am I? I remember the first time when I used to stream quite a long time ago, it used to lag quite a lot. Obviously I've upgraded the computer now, so hopefully that's not an issue. But if it is an issue, I kind of need to know. Everybody pray for Path's internet. Pray. Pray. No, I'm not. Yes. That means things are working. And that doesn't happen very often. As you saw from the beginning of the stream. Anyway. So, let's do lock that. Unlock that and we'll start again. So the skirt kind of comes around here, doesn't it? So let's kind of do that. That works. And then she's kind of got these things going up the side there, kind of a bit samurai. It's a problem my end. Maybe because Swotor is using all of it. I thought you said you paused it. So again, let's just plot this out. So roughly that shoulder is there, isn't it? So it kind of loops around like that. Nice and swift. It's nice when you get really close in just to get that angular curve to make it look like it's going away. That sort of foreshortening. Although thinking about it, it needs to kind of come a bit more like that, doesn't it? And then restarted because I couldn't wait to play. Why don't you restart the Wi-Fi instead of the computer? Surely that'd be quicker. 9 GB? Jeez. £9 GB. 9. Path, did you say that you use Photoshop? Obviously for your paintings. Get rid of those. We're just gonna again go around that contour of the body. Don't need to be too finicky about it because half of it we're not gonna see, but it's just nice for workflow's sake to kind of get that full body shape. It gives you a full old canvas to work from. What tablet do I use? I use a Huion. I think it's GT 220. If you go to my Instagram, they don't like. I had an Amazon link for the exact one that I have, but for whatever reason, Amazon aren't stocking it anymore. So I'm quite lucky. So what I've done is on my Instagram links in my bio, there's a section called My Tablet, and I've put the closest version, well, the next version up in essence, which is still available, but at the same sort of price. No, I don't. I never understood how to use it. How do you paint so, like, explain. What do you use? I did used to have a Wacom, one of those sort of USB tablet kind of things, but I just couldn't get on with it. So what I used to do was I used to draw everything in my sketchbook, ink it properly using artist pens, scan it in, then put it into Photoshop and then colour, because it was fine for colouring for whatever reason, but I just couldn't draw using it to save my life. So I spent 3 years saving up for this tablet, and it's made a huge amount of difference. Medibang? I've never even heard of it. Is it like a free version? PC? Well, PC. Windows. That works, doesn't it? It's just nice to get that shape done. And whilst we're at it, because it's all going to be the same colour, I might as well do sort of... What are these even called? The arm cloth things. You have XP pen. So is it like a screen tablet? Similar to mine? Oh, Alison's in the chat. Hi, Alison. Welcome back. Armings. Yeah, sure. That'll do. Armings. I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt too. And say, oh shit, this this thing doesn't have any armings. It's with a USB and there's so many cables I can never position properly. Yay. But it is like an on-screen drawing tablet. A bit like mine. Alison, at the minute we are doing the clothes. You can see she's slightly more decent now. It's a screen but very uncomfortable to use. There. Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to research tablets and trying to get the best value and everything. Took forever. But it was worth it in the long run. Let's get rid of the little extra bits. Nice. Love the armour. Like a Rebel's armour is my favourite of all armour. Me and Zoe were having this conversation earlier before her mum told her to go to bed. She said she really liked the character design for Sabine, and I was like, the first season, for whatever, I didn't like it, and then it just grew on me. But out of all of her armours, I really prefer the one in season 4, where it's like black with those punchy colours, and where she's got sort of the more black purple hair. I don't know why, I just like it. Anyway, let's copy this as well, shall we? Again, we're going to make that background super disappeared, opaque, whatever word you want to use. And also going to get rid of this. Which in itself is a bit of a nightmare, but we persist. We are artists and we persist. So that can go. Then we're kind of left with this. And then we can just kind of nip and tuck again wherever we want. So let's have it be a bit windy. Yeah. So it kind of moves this way. But no, yeah, I really like this Ahsoka armor. I don't know why. Are you gonna post on this? For absolutely no reason at all. I was sitting there this morning. Or was it even this morning? It was this afternoon. I was actually thinking that. I was thinking, this is actually really good timing. Because hopefully by Friday, well, I would assume by Friday, this would be the last stream at the very least. If I don't get it done tonight or Wednesday. Definitely not going to be tonight. Because we're already over an hour in. But Friday's an interesting one, so I might just get the hashtags. For once. But you can see here, when I was speaking about the face, I thought maybe, if we've got time, and I'm feeling really brave, we might try and get some of a certain somebody's features in, but I'm not sure. I might just try and go for the animated style. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Oh, what? Oh, what? In fact, let's just do the whole thing. Because it is a certain producers / director / animators episode on Friday, right? I'm hyped and I need to chill. It's almost a shame that they released which episodes were done by which directors. Because could you imagine, like, the tension that would be going on if nobody knew which episode Filoni was directing, and the anticipation of, oh, maybe it's this week, oh, maybe it's next week. But no, I think it was IMDb that leaked it. They've been really bad with spoilers over the last, like, few seasons. I don't know why. Or this season, at least. Oh, by the way, Mira, sorry we're nerding out a bit here, but it was inevitable. There's this. There it is. Get the nice outlines in. Alison, are you working on anything whilst you're watching? This music is helping me chill. You know what? Because it's a 12-hour mix, I'm actually really glad I found it. Took ages to download, but I'm trying to follow. Follow the way. No pun intended. Hi, Danny. Welcome. I saw you follow earlier. Whilst I was waiting here playing with settings. Welcome. I'm not drawing anything. I should work on my Thanksgiving drawing. This is a point. Everybody say hi to Danny, by the way. She is in the Discord, but she lurks. Zoe was actually talking about potentially doing some kind of Discord only Secret Santa, so we all put what we want drawn into a hat, obviously nothing too complicated, and we make a draw, and obviously it's secret, but everybody gets a Secret Santa kind of artwork made for them, which I thought was a fun idea. So I don't know how people feel about that, but because you're lucky people are here in the stream, I'll ask you about it first. And then we can discuss it later. Yeah. Danny, just so that you know, at the minute, in essence, when we started, you probably saw on Instagram, this was what we were working from. So, we'd gone through, we'd rendered everything. And at the minute, we're just adding the clothing, layer by layer. It is a cool idea. I'm not sure how many people will go for it though. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, that'll do. Thank you, Danny. But yeah, honestly, everybody always seems to go nuts every time I do a painted style piece. It never does very well in terms of Instagram for whatever reason, but in terms of engagement and comments, it's like nuts. But I'm stupid because whenever I do these, I always expect for something to go wrong, so I never start recording it to put it up as a speed paint. So I was like, okay, I need to force myself into showing people the process. So, and I needed to get back on Twitch anyway because I hadn't been on for about 7 months, something stupid, because my old computer just couldn't handle it. So hopefully it's a nice go-between. Something did go wrong on this one. F5. Yeah, thank you. We've already been through the hand. The hand is fine. The hand is perfect. We're not changing the hand anymore. just keep. Are you happy now? Goodbye. Actually, because I'm a plum, you can see I've actually made a mistake there. And this is the problem when you're constantly working with layers on a painting. Because this kind of needs to come out a bit, doesn't it? There we go. That works. That's better. Your painterly style is awesome, you should do it more often. I know it's too. I don't mind it being time consuming, honestly. And again, I don't mind streaming it. Like, it's more fun streaming these. Because it's more the kind of painting which you want to do whilst you're chilling out and relaxed. Because otherwise you're just staring at the screen for hours upon hours and inevitably getting let down by Instagram not promoting it. I was thinking about maybe making a separate account where I just put that style. I don't know what you think about that. Because for me, I just don't like the way it looks with the rest of my stuff. Which is probably why I stopped doing it for quite a long time. Let's get some nice dark brush strokes in here. Give that emphasis of shadow and folds. Like I said, I don't have a problem actually making this my main style, which I kind of sell prints and stuff from, because I know this kind of style, once found, gains traction for whatever reason. But I don't know. When I used to do it, it just didn't seem to pick up traction before. And again, it's way better for streaming, honestly, because people are always interested. Especially because I've now started doing grayscale to colour, and people are always fascinated by it. Which was the same with me, to be honest, because I could never get how to do it. Although if you look back on my account, a lot of the early kind of painted style sort of pictures that I did, I experimented with some of them using grayscale first and then adding colour, but they just didn't seem to work and I couldn't quite figure out why. Whereas I think now, because I've got the screen tablet and I'm more confident, I just experiment more naturally and I'm not afraid to make mistakes anymore, which is where, let's say, the Talon one came into its own, because I just had fun with it. Fun. So that's alright for now. I might just subtle it up a bit. Fun. I will have you know it was a very fun painting, okay? Just gonna zoom out on these. Yeah, we were discussing before, like, Ahsoka's got that really annoying kind of physique, and you can't really see it. But if you, I've actually made that face slightly thinner, because if you look on the reference, you see she actually doesn't have that kind of dip. It's very much rounded, but if you do it like very kind of straight rounded around there, it just doesn't seem to work as a painting. It makes her look a bit odd, especially in this style. So You just said it was all about not being afraid. Exactly. You are quite philosophical. Keep going. Saves me a job. Danny, are you working on anything? I assume you're still here. Might actually round this off a bit more. Because it's not skin tight, is it? Quite. Well, it is skin tight, but it's not ab tight. Then again, it's nice with this technique because you've already got a flat colour down, so you can kind of just blend everything in. Yep, I'm drawing Rocket Raccoon and Groot. Is it Groot or is it Baby Groot? Let's get some of those darker tones going around the edge underneath the... Don't know what you'd even call it, the waist armory thing. Tell you what, I don't know anything about Marvel really, but Rocket Raccoon is awesome. But that's all I'm saying. I love those movies. Baby Groot. I've seen they've got those, again, going back to Amazon, they've got them little plant pot holder things which are a baby Groot, and you can grow a little tree out the top. One day, when I'm rich and famous, I might waste money on stuff like that. Again, on the skirt, it's always important to give that little illusion of movement, which again is why I do like kind of going for the body first, so that you know where the folds are. You can see, if I get rid of this completely, you can see where the folds are in the legs and where they're moving. Then you add that paint on top and zoom out. It kind of gives you that illusion of where the legs are, but when you zoom up close you can tell obviously it's a skirt. Which again, people always say, oh, why do you draw them without clothing first? And that's exactly why. See, there you go. You've got that nice illusion. And then again, it's just another case of going through, blending in those darks. Might even turn the opacity down a bit more. Who's my favourite Star Wars character? I think I've answered this on the Instagram, those shareable Instagram things before. It depends on what I'm watching. If I had to say all time, it's got to be Maul, 100%. Like ever since I was a kid, like Maul was just a badass. Like going to see Episode 1 as a kid and seeing those double lightsabers, just that scene. It just defined me as a kid completely. Looking back, it was probably what got me into being quite athletic and keeping healthy with that. Just because for years I just wanted to be Darth Maul. I swear. Still do now, really. But later on, and I know I'm going super nerd here again, like for me one of the most defined and best characters in the whole thing is Revan. Like Revan's story is just, it's so deep and intricate, like I can't even explain it. At some point, if people are interested, I'm happy to do a Knights of the Old Republic playthrough, because there's so much of it which intertwines with stuff like Rebels and Clone Wars and all that kind of stuff, that for me It's a story that I think people should get to enjoy. But again, that's just me nerding out. Because I'm an old man. I don't have any friends. What about you? Again, I'm just going to put in the nice dark. Oh, you like Revan as well? Yes! We have Revan fans in the house. Have you read the book? Obviously, it doesn't hold up in comparison to KOTOR Revan, but still, it's like Revan's the boss. And for everybody who's a Rebels fan, it's like, I just love the way that they intricately drop hints. Like, for example, the Jedi War with Mandalore, and it's like you know what they're talking about. You know they're talking about Revan, and I'm just sat there watching Kanan go, just say his name, just say it, come on. It's strange that you say you never met another Revan fan. But I do seem to, on my Instagram, I do seem to have a lot of people who like Legends but don't have the confidence to draw it for whatever. Whereas for me, I don't know, they just had such cool designs and such cool stories that I just loved it. I love drawing it. It's looking quite nice in it. Again, as I was saying earlier to everybody, as long as you've got that base lighting down, it doesn't matter if it looks a little bit flat now, because you can add some shading and whatever much later, and that's where I start using things like the airbrush. But I think at the minute, for me personally, it's just a bit too early. Especially when you're trying to go for that nice kind of classic painted style artwork. I'm just gonna for me, in terms of like, I do like a lot of the new books. For me, the Thrawn books are amazing. Aftermath, now it's in Mando, is doing really well. Like, it's beginning to make a lot more sense. But for me, like, the old Darth Bane trilogy is just the pinnacle of what any Star Wars fan should read. And then, if you add on top of that the stuff about Revan, like, forget the rest of Legends. Like, don't worry about it. Also, Plagueis. Plagueis is a fantastic book. Super well written, and you will never watch Phantom Menace again the same way after you've read it. Or if you're like me and you don't really have a lot of time to read a lot of books because you're always drawing, I always recommend getting the damn things on Audible and listening to the audiobooks, because they are fantastic. Like, they do such a great job on them. Hello, Path. Where are we? Well, I'm assuming you're still next to your laptop. I'm still in front of my computer. We're not too far from where we were. Just blending in the dress a bit. There we go. What are we thinking, guys? Are we thinking this is looking good so far? I'm actually quite pleased with this. I didn't think I thought I was going to have a lot more trouble with the clothes than I actually am, but yes. Again, this is the beauty of using so many layers, is that I can paint where the shadows are without affecting what's above it. Again, might just get a few more dark tones going on there. Thank you, guys. Woo. Where's everybody else in the Discord? Why aren't they here? Supporting their Lord and Master. Ah. But this is a really important stage, actually, getting these values right. Because it really helps later on when you do start adding that colour. And again, like I said, you don't need to make it perfect yet. As long as you've got those basic shapes looking right. And you've got the direction of the paint giving it that texture. You can add more texturing in later. And again, that's the beauty of digital art, is the fact that later you can just take real texture, like real textured images, overlay them really, really, really lightly, and they'll just give that hint, a tiny, tiny hint of, let's say, a metallic texture or a fabric texture or something like that. And unless you zoom right in and are like scrutinous by the pixel, people don't generally tend to see it. And that's actually what I did with the Talon, the armour. So I got some photos of some rusty metal sheets, and just over the bikini, I overlaid that, played with the opacity a bit, played with the layer styles. There you go. And that's part of the fun. Just playing with this sort of stuff and seeing what gets you the best results. I don't care what people say about cheating or what you can and can't do with digital art. It's like, no, I paid the money, I can do whatever I want. It's what you do with the tools that you're given, which is important. I think she's looking okay, isn't she? So again, just gonna put the opacity back up. Of course, the values are a bit off because the clothes are darker than the body, so go to hue and saturation, turn down that darkness just a bit. There we go. That's nice, isn't it? Yeah. And then, in essence, it's just the same principle all over again. So, it's going to take our select tool. We can see they actually go quite far up the arm, don't they? Almost to about there. Thank you, Mira. Alison's sending me flames. I don't know if she's saying that she looks hot, but I'll take the compliment. Again, I'm not quite sure. Is there kind of like a little gap kind of thing there? There is, isn't there? I think I've got a sideways one. Yeah, there is. It's almost like a little eye shape, which we need to kind of consider. Of course, the fingers as well. But also what I was saying, in terms of cheating and reputation and all that sort of stuff, yeah. I can get into controversial topics with my opinion, but generally they're alright. It just takes me, I don't know, 3 days to actually explain the point fully. And again, they're kind of curved, aren't they? So, let's guess. Round about there. Works, innit? And then need all of that. kind of cuts off around the fingers, doesn't it? And again, just like I did with the shoulders, well, the underarms area, just kind of gonna elongate that curve up, just to give it that illusion of foreshortening. And then the same on the infamous other hand. Actually, we don't need to worry too much about that because it's in behind anyway. There we go. Thank you. What are we doing? That's it. And again, her fingers are actually completely out, aren't they? So maybe just gonna do that bit there, which might be peeking through. Maybe a little bit there. I think that's alright. Again, you always want to kind of draw with where you think the movement on that hand is, that kind of, those kind of lines. So kind of edges out there, doesn't it, as it moves inwards. No, that was stupid, wasn't it? Guys, there's 5 of you in here, but only 4 of you talking. Who's the lurker? Come on. Show yourself. It's okay, I don't bite much. Yeah, it's not you. I know you're here. Is it Karina? It's probably Annie, actually, isn't it? Cool. Okay, and then just gonna go up the top there. Does that work? Probably needs to be a bit lower, doesn't it? There we go. It's alright, isn't it? Hands are the worst to draw. Yeah, so from my IGTV video, I would tend to agree. I don't know what the hell I was doing, if I'm being honest. How I thought that lightsaber was coming through her thumb, and yet not through it at the same time. I don't know, but... Gonna copy that. Again, turn this original one down. And we got ourselves some nice, what do we call them? Armings? Lock it again. And now, do the same thing again, but honestly around the hand, I think we're gonna leave it be. Sleeves! Sleeves, sleeves, sleeves. They're not sleeves. They're not attached to anything. I'll be off for half hour. Join back soon. Bye, Mira. See you in a bit. have fun cutting your hands or whatever it is that you've been doing with your pumpkin. Sleeveless sleeves. That would make sense. Sleeves. I thought you were just yelling sleeves. I was like, oh no. She's gone insane. Again. Just make that slightly wider. Can confirm, autocorrect hats you. It hurts you very much. Again, this arm I don't think we need to do too much with, because it's naturally quite tight around there, and we're going to need to put that over the top anyway, so just going to do this here area. I might just move it down as well, because for whatever reason, let's make it a bit wider. Add that curve. There we go. So that's your basic sort of shape, and like you can see, it's just using the contours of the body, making a bit wider so that they fit around where the body is, in essence. And then you can continue painting over the top of them without actually having to do any physical painting on what you've already done. So again, these kind of hench areas, quote me on that, sort of where the muscle definition is, they don't actually need to be there, but they give you a good idea as to where you need to paint later on. So create a new layer, and off we go again. There's something going on in the Discord, because I keep seeing the red button, like the notification thing, pop up, but obviously I can't look at it. I'm just paranoid. It's fine. Let's get some of that shading in. And again, because the clothing isn't actually as shiny as the skin, it's always good to get rid of those really dark edges and soften them up a bit with some grey. Yes, yes, sent some Harrison. Of course you did. Of all the chats, that just seems to be the wildest. And we've got some very wild chats. Is it of him taking his clothes off, just to sort of scare you in front of your parents again? Worse. So again, with this, just going to get rid of that full definition, but we're still going to leave hints of it there. I'm going to turn this even further down, because of course it's not completely skin tight, so Still needs that light. But not quite so much. I feel as though you two are bickering and I've got no idea what's going on. I leave the art hub for 1.5 hours. And you guys have completely trashed it, haven't you? Don't you give me that devil face. I know what that devil face means. Let's, again, just kind of soften this out a bit. It's just him in a mask, nothing else. Okay? Now, the really concerning thing is that last emoji which you sent Alison, I don't know what it is, because it might come through on Twitch, but it hasn't come through on the console, which lets me stream. So, I'm going to pretend nothing happened. In fact, it hasn't even come through on the... Yeah, it hasn't, has it? It's not come through on the chat above me. Oh, is that it? Okay. Good job, Twitch. I think it's because Twitch has its own emojis, so it probably only shows some. You see, that's kind of softened everything out a bit, isn't it? That's really defined. And that's just softened it out a bit. Again, it's going to make all the difference when it comes to colouring the clothing. Here I am speaking as though I'm an expert. But yeah, next time you want to post that emoji, then just write smiling with a tear in the chat. We'll know what you mean. No one you will, but... eh. Again, just going to get rid of some of that really dark colour. Add some grey in. That works. Whilst I bash my microphone around. Nice. Am I still lagging on your end? Get some of that really dark in the back there. It's all fine now. Hooray! Hooray! Again, I think that looks quite good, doesn't it? I might just fiddle with this a bit. In fact, let's probably merge it down first. There we go. That work a bit better. That works a bit better, doesn't it? No snipping line. Yeah. I was gonna say, Path, when you're painting your realistic paintings, do you start with grayscale and then add colour, or did you go with colour straight away? Hi Amber, what's up? Welcome back, or have you been lurking and not speaking? And thank you, by the way. Yeah, because you weren't here at the beginning of the stream. We've got up this like full screen because I've got the references up just to say what I'm talking about. We did just a tiny bit of work on the face because you can see there her face in terms of the animation style is very flat in terms of its curvature, whereas the way that I did it previously was very kind of, I don't know, you know what I mean, had some elongated chins and everything, and it's kind of a choice between whether we go for this style face, or if I zoom, or this is the actress who might potentially be playing her and potentially doing something more like this. Can't quite decide, so we're just going to leave it as is for now. Because actually it's not too dissimilar at this point. Colour straight, I keep completing a certain part. I just came on, I'm not looking. I don't know. But if you notice, there we've got a little count. So I can actually keep an eye on who's in here now. Which is a nice change. Because I can tell when people are lurking. Yeah. So then, we said we've got these kind of eyeball-y shape kind of things going on here. Oh, by the way, the guys of you that weren't here from the start, this program which I'm using here, which keeps the references on top, is called PureRef, and it's actually one of the first things I put in the useful resources in the Discord. So it allows me to have reference images open at all times, even whilst I'm painting. So for those of you using definitely Windows, I'm not sure whether they've got a version for Apple products, but yeah, it's really, really useful. Oh, by the way, Amber, would you prefer me call you Amber or Amy? Because I see people, you've got your name as Amber, but people call you Amy, and obviously it's Amy Animates, so. What do you think of Keanu Reeves? Yes. Agreed. I do think he would be an amazing Revan. However, for me it depends on what age Revan they go for. If they, let's say, potentially went straight into what we already know in terms of the story, Keanu would be perfect because he's already that much older and he's got that look. Whereas, potentially, if they were to do it, I feel as though they wouldn't want to touch the story. So they might do, let's say, pre-Galactic Civil War, Mandalorian Wars Revan. For me, the person who would be great for that would be Kit Harington, who's the guy that plays Jon Snow. I don't know, he just gives me that kind of vibe. Depends how good his American accent is. Has Revan ever appeared without his mask? No, he's not appeared without his mask when he I have to be careful here, so as not to spoil anything. So, in essence, on the game... No, in fact, no, I'm going to steer clear of the game. Forget the game. In terms of comics and stuff like that, as far as I'm aware, when he doesn't have his mask on, he's hooded, so you can just see the kind of like the jawline. But you do see how he finds his mask, and in that scene, yeah, it's actually a Mandalorian mask, a woman's Mandalorian mask, which he finds on a beach. But no, you can't. That's in comics and stuff. Like you probably don't even sell it anymore, so you ain't gonna find that anywhere. But I won't spoil the games because the games are like where it's at. Amy is my nickname from when I was a kid. It's not pronounced like Amy. Oh. The I on Amy makes it... Yeah, I'm not going to even try and get it. You prefer me to call you Amber. That's fine. That's what I was doing anyway. But yes, Path, you don't ever see Revan without his mask. And when you do, generally... it's just sort of like the jawline, a bit kind of Assassin's Creedy, if you know what I mean. Oh no, don't worry, I won't spoil the game, because again, for me, that game is perfect, right? And the twist in it is amazing, so I will say no more. What am I doing? In fact, I'm going to go around with the rubber with this, because the eraser... Amber, are you working on anything? That's better, isn't it? Yeah. Once that's out, we can... But again, you can kind of see here what I mean when I say, and what a lot of people say, is it's actually almost like sculpting rather than painting. Because you're constantly adding things on, cutting things off. So that's cool, that will show through there. Then I think on the other side, it's probably too high, isn't it? So it doesn't necessarily even show. Let's move it out a bit. And then maybe a bit down as well. I feel as though this is one of the areas I'm just never going to be happy with. It's always the tiniest detail. Oh yes, I saw that. That looked pretty cool. I don't know what to do with her powers yet. Do a vote. Do an Instagram vote on your stories. When I can't decide something, I just put it to a vote and let people decide for me. Which is why I'm annoyed that you are still all making me choose 4 names for you to vote on. I just wanted you guys to do it, because I'm lazy. Leave me alone. But yeah, I don't know, is this... I feel as though it may. Does that work? I mean, her arm's not there. Very much, but we can fix that. Actually, that's a terrible idea. Hold on. proper dark. Just add that little bit of shading. I think that should be alright, shouldn't it? That works. That's good, people. Obviously, if I take it off, it's going to look totally weird, but hey ho. Again, it's always difficult to know what to do in these kinds of areas, so I'm going to make another layer. Try and get that kind of blended. Things with I always find with the hands, if you over blend stuff, it almost makes it look too smooth. So I kind of like to leave them looking reasonably rough, because it kind of indicates the movement and the contours which you have in your hand with the veins and everything more naturally, in a really odd way. I love making people decide on stories. We should come up with names for her right now. Are you talking about my character? Because I've already got about 40 submissions. Which is why I wanted to put it to you guys and not do it myself. Now I've been an absolute idiot because now put a load of lines there, which shouldn't be there, but never mind. Trim some of this off, shape it out a bit. This is a name for my draw this in your style girl, right? Yes. Yes, it is. I never understood how to make hard shades. That's why my portraits are always too blended. No, I mean, it's tough. It is tough. My honest opinion is sometimes, you see, the way that I do it is I use a hard brush, like the entire time except for lighting, which kind of adds that illusion of some of these areas being, you know, hard lit as opposed to soft lit. And then I will go over with the airbrush a lot later to put on light and an extra tiny little bit of shadow, which obviously I'm going to show you later. But yeah, it's a tricky one. I think the thing is, you need to, a lot of, again, I know a lot of artists, and I've seen a lot of artists who go straight to work with a soft brush. And by a soft brush, obviously, pretty sure most of you know what it means, but in essence, that's a hard brush, that's a soft brush, and that is an airbrush, so it's really soft. I know a lot of artists will straight away go for this one here and then add with this one here, and they'll completely like forego that. Whereas for me, I think it's so important to put sort of like hard edges first, and then you can shade and make softer certain parts, specifically around the edges, much later. I mean, using only soft brushes is fine, and I get why people would do it, but maybe that's why you, when you paint, you have a much more realistic sort of aesthetic to all of your paintings than I do. Mine often look much more kind of painted, almost a bit sort of animation style, 3D sculpted. So I probably need to do it a bit more the way that you do. It's hard to get that in between, I think. What's that? lock that again because I'm an idiot. I'll definitely do something wrong. Let's add some more. Again, it's these little areas, let's say, of shade which need the hard lighting as opposed to the soft lighting. So it's good if you can get them in early. That's a great way of putting it in, and then you can just concentrate on putting little areas of soft lighting, so to speak, much later in the process. I have no idea how to use the hard brush. Whenever I tried to paint tried to paint how you paint, it's like an epic fail for me. It just takes practice, honestly. Because again, if you look back at my much older pieces on my profile, you can see I went way too hard on and almost didn't blend enough using the hard brushes. And again, I kind of did the opposite to what I do now. I now start with hard brushes and then soften everything with the lighting. Whereas what your head says and what you sort of take from people who say, oh, I need to put some hard lighting on it or some, hard shading, is that you need to start soft and work harder, which makes things feel unnatural. Whereas the way that I do it now is I almost flip that. I do the hard sort of lighting now in this early stage, and then I add the softness later from the light and the shadow. It's quite difficult to explain. But you see, for example, these, okay, they're a bit sort of blended, but they are hard edges. Whereas if I was to do this, that's not a hard edge. See, that's a really soft edge. But again, this is the beauty, and you might see this. This is where using layers, and so many layers, for this painted style comes in useful, because I can then use soft shading and soft lighting on each individual part of the painting, as well as all the different kind of colours separately. So I'm probably zooming way too much. Yeah, it might just blend in around those fingers a bit. But again, the trick is with the hard brush is that you need to have it at a very low opacity to get this kind of effect. So for me, for the entire painting, you'll probably see I'm always changing the size of the brush depending where I am in the painting. I'm always colour picking, which I'm not sure. Yeah, so I'm constantly doing that and colour picking in order to blend it properly so that you get those hard edges whilst blending, and but you still don't stray too far away from, the colour that you need. But I'm also always going up to the opacity here and changing this depending on what I need. So on the face, much later, I will probably go down to 6%, 3% even sometimes, depending on blush. But on average, I'm somewhere in between, let's say, 20 and 30. So again, these really dark lines are hard edges, and even if I'm getting rid of them and blending them, they are still hard edges. I could even go a little bit further with these. and you can then soften them later. But again, like I said before, I don't like to go into too much detail in the hands just yet. Mainly because I can round them off a lot easier much later. That's my problem. I never mess with the brush opacity on either side of the brush. Yeah. And that's 100% true. It's like half of the stuff which I put into my process, you're sort of, your first instinct and your gut instinct is to go with what your teacher says, if you have one. If you don't have one, then what the internet says or tutorials say, etc. But the thing is, what you really need to do is you can take little hints from, say, 100 YouTubers and find your own style, and that's way better than trying to replicate what somebody does. Go away. It's the problem with having a full screen, you can see everything. It's going to kind of round the thumb. Blend a bit more around here. Again, I'm going to put that opacity down a bit. But yeah, definitely don't be afraid to play with the opacity of stuff at all. Again, me finding the style was just me playing around. So again, that doesn't quite work, does it? It's a bit too rounded. It needs to be a bit flatter, so let's just kind of go over the top of it, blend it in, and don't be afraid to make the mistakes. Because again, it's the blessing of digital art, honestly. The fact that you can make 500 more mistakes on a piece of artwork than a traditional artist can. And it will, 9 times out of 10, well, one, teach you something, but also give you a good result. Again, just gonna add just that hint of darkness there, just to kind of suggest shadow. It's not perfect, but again, much later I can come back, because once again, like we did last week, I will probably go around the entire edge of the image at some point and redo a lot of the lines, especially when the colouring's in, and erase again. It's just that refinement, really. So let's see, what else have we got? And again, honestly, thinking about it, she's got the kind of hand armour on anyway, so hooray for references! Cheers for coming, Path. Good night. If you've got another exam tomorrow, best of luck. Thanks for coming, dude. Hope to learn something. Badly. See you later, buddy. Amber, I think they've all left us again. But it's alright, Mira was here. She'll be back. She says. Yeah. Makes a lot of difference, that, doesn't it? Cool. Gonna merge them down. And again, bring the body's opacity right back up. So that's the natural opacity that the body has, which means I can now try and match the arms to the same colour as the dress. by playing with the brightness. Honestly, I think... Is that about right? A bit lighter? No, a bit darker. That works, doesn't it? Oh, Danny's still here. Danny, are you in the States? Yes, Amber, Mirror will be back. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm pretending to be some kind of hub of knowledge here, Danny. Probably most of what I say is totally inaccurate. If you've got an art tutor, don't go to them saying, "Yeah, well, Ollie Draws on the internet said this." Because probably I'll get in trouble. Not my luck. But again, actually zooming out, the values are generally quite good, but I probably do need to put a little bit more shading around the dress here. Again, that's just really light, subtle, hard lighting. It works quite well. Again, get the nice bits of contrast in. What time is it where I am? It is 20 past 10 in the evening. But I like to stream a bit later because I know a lot of you guys are in the States. So, even in the morning in the Discord, like, my time is dead completely. We've got the Australian guys that are either at work or about to go to sleep. You've got a few European people, plus Path. And then it kind of comes alive when I go to bed. Play with the opacity a bit. That's nice, isn't it? Nice and subtle. So, yeah, you're in the States as well. Actually, thinking about it, they're more or less the same colour. I can merge them down as one layer as well. There we go. Alison's back! Yeah, so that's point proven, is all three of you that are in here right now are in the States. My god, that's crazy. How do you have so much energy? Coffee, and honestly, getting up late. Especially on streaming days. I stay in bed so that I can have some energy in the evening. I'm just going to go back to the skin layer for a second and again, just add some little tiny bits of shading there. And blend it in a bit. In fact, maybe... In fact, lightening it might... help. Which actually it does, yes. It's 12 midday for you. I'm gonna start making lunch. That's alright, I normally don't have lunch until, I don't know, 3 o'clock here. 2:30, 3 o'clock. That works. Yeah. So just merge that down as well. I'm not just doing this so that we see Ahsoka with the clothes off, by the way. There is actually a logical reason for doing it. So, next up, we need to do... Well, generally, we need to do the armour, which I might leave for last, and we also need to do the belt. So for the belt, because I've already gone one layer up, what I'm going to do, so I'm actually going to use this layer here as again the same kind of thing. So I'm going to use this layer to create the belt from. Because that way I can create these kind of lines and I will copy what's already underneath as a flat surface and again sculpt on top of it, reshape it, etc. But I don't need to worry about what's underneath in terms of the body. Give it a bit of foreshortening there. I mean, this is the bit that actually takes the longest, is actually getting that belt shape right. But again, I don't need to be too fussy with it. It's just me being pedantic. Because the whole point of doing this is that you're just cutting and copying something out, which you can then reshape with the other tools. So, again, just get rid of some of this. If I right click, and in fact, I'm not going to do that yet, I'm just going to get that little corner in there. Now I right click, and I make another layer via copy. So you can see there it is. Again, I can make it slightly darker, because again it is in the actual picture. There's our cutout layer. Then I can just transform and reshape it as much as I want till I get the belt in the right position and the right shape. Again, actually, if you're looking at it, it's actually much higher. But that doesn't matter too much. So again, I can just reshape it. And it also gives it a bit of different texture. Again, it doesn't need to come out too much, but just enough so that it's wrapping around the form of the kind of what is this, like a... I don't even know what you call this. What is this thing? It's not a belt because it's got a belt on top of it. It's not a skirt because it's got a skirt underneath it. What is it? Like a Japanese samurai thing. Give me some help. Give me some help here, guys. Tell me what it is, please. And Alison, don't screw up the text again. It'll make it even more confusing. It's a thingy. It is a thingy. What else do you want me to say? It's a waist thingy. So it's a hips thing. But it's not the belt. I'm talking about this thing underneath. This kind of greeny thing. That's the belt. What's the green thing underneath it, which is holding the armor? Yeah, you missed a lot. So with some much higher opacity, just gonna again give that roundedness to the image. Hip armor. Somebody get in Google. Has anybody got Alexa nearby? Siri, maybe? Siri will know, because Siri's a smart ass. I need to get some light onto there, just to make it look that much more. There we go. Again, I always like to put just an outline around the form of the shape, just to give it that extra kind of elevation from the background without giving the shadow. But of course I'll then blend it in so it's not as visible. A bit more just to get that roundness. Somebody better be Googling this. Then by adding that little touch of highlight, just kind of 3D if that's a word, at the top of the belt. You don't need to do all of it, just enough to give it some rim. Kind of works, doesn't it? You just thicken it out a bit. Nothing is coming up for what is it. Is this because you're just typing what is it into Google over and over again? And Google's like, what's what? Would you call it a waistband? We gotta go waistband? Somebody tweet Pablo Hidalgo and ask him. He'll know. He knows stuff. So, obviously you can see it doesn't actually go all the way around, so what I'm going to do is I'll probably just quickly take this off from that original layer below, because again it's already nicely done. Get that circle tool out and just pick from round about there. Again, I'm just going to copy it. Of course, that's a much lighter value again, so adjustments, lighten it up. See, the problem when you light it is you don't get that texture as much. So maybe I'll just see if I can play with the contrast a wee bit. Doesn't matter, I just wanted the shape, so. Just gonna get rough. Cut out from the middle. Again, we can always go over it again later. Because again, if we want to keep that consistent kind of painted style, it doesn't matter too much if the edges are a little bit rough. Because again, if you zoom all the way out, you can't really tell the difference. Only if you're really up close. But the thing is, again, because this is a totally solid layer, if I wanted to, I can create a clipping mask over the top of it. Really get some of those dark edges. You can see across the inside. It's got them dark edges. Probably some across the outside as well. So with a bit of patience, hopefully, we can again start to blend in those colours so they go all the way around. Oh, Mira's back. Hi, Mira. How's it going? How's your hand, your finger, your pumpkin, whatever it is? So yeah, we got that nice ring. Oop. Let's merge it down because I'm an idiot. Nice ring there. It kind of comes over the top actually, doesn't it? So it needs to be a little bit bigger. Does that work? I think that works. I might, just to make it thicker, duplicate it down. And then put it underneath. Then just blend a bit more. Whoop. Still hurts a bit, but getting better. Put some Windex on it. Use Ouzo. No word of a lie, using Ouzo on cuts is a lifesaver. Like working in bars, I'm constantly picking up like broken bits of glass and whatever. It's constantly cutting my hand. And one of the old men who was at the bar said, "Oh, just put some Ouzo on it, we'll heal it straight up." And literally tried it. Put my like cut finger, cut hand, whatever in some Ouzo, and the blood like dried up straight away. It was bizarre. I'll be able to draw poses for this week. Good. You can't be letting us down on your first week. Oh, by the way, do you want me to put you down for finding a reference photo? I don't think you answered me that. Obviously, I'm being subtle with the way I'm talking about it here. But do you want me to add you to the timetable, or are you not comfortable finding a photograph? Obviously, because everybody's already placed, I'll just add you to the end, which I think is in January-ish. It looks quite good now, doesn't it? I might even make it just that little bit bigger. Does that work? Okay. Nice. I'll add you to the very last week. If there's anybody new watching, feel free to say hello. I don't bite. We're just drawing Ahsoka from Rebels. And I'm sorry about my horrible, charmingly British accent. You know, what, cup of tea, etc. But yeah, feel free to come and say hello. We don't bite much. But again, with this kind of thing, this is where the soft shading a lot later is going to come into its own. Because right now, obviously with it being almost like a hoop, but, you know, rounded on the edges, if you know what I mean. That's where soft shading comes into its own over hard shading. Oh, by the way, Mira, Amber's here somewhere. I think she's gone silent on us. So yeah, I think that's alright for now. I might add just a little touch of darkness again on the inside, just to bring out that contrast, but nothing too spectacular for now. Because again, that's where you want to put your soft lighting as opposed to your hard lighting. It also shows the beauty of clipper masks. It's actually kind of at an angle as well, isn't it? So, what do we think? Think it needs to be thicker? Do we think it needs to be angled? I think angled looks quite good, actually. Sorry, my sister is talking to me about her problems. Oh, poor Amber. I hope I haven't just ratted you out by laughing at that. Writing in chat is a very dangerous thing to do. Guys, let me know. Straight circle or slanted circle? I'm feeling slanted. Straight, slanted. Straight, slanted. Tell me. Answer the question. God, they've all gone. I've upset everybody with my circular shenanigans. Oh no. Actually, again, I'm half inclined to make it a little bit thicker. Excuse me. Yep, they're totally gone. Everybody's disappeared. Just being by myself, guys. Actually, thinking about it, I might again just adjust this slightly and turn a bit brighter. Not quite so bright. That's better, isn't it? So that fits there quite nicely. Then it's just a bit of jiggery pokery. So that kind of works, doesn't it? So it just goes above the edge of the... She's left to go and try on clothes. She didn't hear me, did she? Did I upset her by calling her out on stream? Just to the right, I think. Works, doesn't it? Works, guys, doesn't it? Again, guys, if you've got any other sort of... If you've got any questions, first of all, you can ask in the chat. If you've got any other people who you think might find it interesting, you know, artists within your communities, whatever, just invite them along. It's all good. Lol, my phone glitched back now. Don't worry, we won't hold it against you, Danny. No, I didn't even hear you because she was talking so loud. Amber's sister! Is she the one that you posted a selfie with yesterday? Was it with the darker hair? Well, I don't have any siblings, so mine never talk. It's all good. I've got to stop fussing over this circle thing. Like, I'm pedantically fussing over it, and I don't know why. But let's move the belt up just a tad. Of course, I've got to readjust it again because I'm an idiot. That's the thing with this kind of painting style, it just constant readjustment. He does some commercials and I learn about them first from the TV. But if he doesn't talk, how does he star in commercials? Does he have a narrator, like, follow him around the street, like, all day? Mirror's brother is going into the supermarket to buy some corn. He's heading to the checkout. Why am I talking like this? Yeah, she's my younger sister. She's 16 turning 17, so naturally the whole world is constantly ending. In fairness, probably is. Not quite in the way that she thinks, but... So these... I'm going to go over the edge, don't they? So, nice quick line. And then again on the other side. Let's just get a nice little shape going. Boom. Yeah, I remember going out with girls when I was that age and just thinking, I don't think this is worth it. Sorry girls, by the way, but... There's so much drama. Stupid high school drama. Quickly get rid of this in the background. Yeah. I have no idea how he does it. But when I ask him what he does, he says some dumb commercial, that's the end of story. Is he back in Bulgaria or is he with is he in Germany with you? That phase. That phase. The less I say on that, the better, probably. Again, let's make this a little bit bigger. Because it actually needs to come in front of here, doesn't it? He's in Bulgaria. I was always the calm one and she's always been the crazy one, but I will say she is much funnier than I am. That's a bit harsh on yourself. You're perfectly funny. Perfectly funny. Come on. Does that work? Kind of works, doesn't it? And my favourite thing in the world, clipping masks. Woo. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're funny, Amy. Don't make me come over there and laugh at you or something. Whoa. You funny girl. Though I'll be serious, it would be quite funny, me just turning up in the States one day, just seeing who who wants to go for a coffee. It kind of go in a bit. It does, doesn't it? I'll add just a touch of dark. He says a touch and then adds shed loads of dark. It's okay, don't panic. Just keep blending, just keep blending. Okay, we just need to 3Dify it a bit. Yes, that is a technical term. 3Dify. Probably need to turn the opacity down though. Go away. Been back on LinkedIn once in the last week just to update some things, and now they're just totally spamming the hell out of me. I'm glad you guys think I'm funny, and oh my god, if you just showed it in the States, I would drag you to Disneyland. Depends where in the States I end up. Is it the one where you are? Is that where the Star Wars land thing is? Because then I'll go. Like, I'll just book the plane right now. Screw it, I'll swim. What's it called? Galaxy's Edge. I'm sure Mira will probably come. Like, I don't have the money at the minute. Buy a commission and maybe I'll be able to afford it one day. California, Orange County. It's the only good option. Yes, we have Star Wars Land here. I saw it. It's actually really cool. Even they sell this shape like the BB Robot guy. There's all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff there. But apparently it's ridiculously expensive. And I mean like ridiculously expensive. The only thing I really know about Orange County is that when I was younger, the OC was on TV. But that's literally it. I've got no idea about anything else. Like when I was a teenager, it was popular in the UK for whatever reason. No idea why. That kind of works, doesn't it? Don't tempt me, damn it. Again, similar with the opacity with the eraser. But don't be afraid to use it on the I'm just gonna call it rubbing out tool, because it's in essence it's just a brush in its own right, and once you get used to the fact that once you get used to using it like a brush as well, it's actually really useful. My stepsister works at Disneyland, so she would be able to get you a mirror in for free. Stop it! The OC, I tried watching that show and it was too much for me. Too much drama. Have I heard of the Real Housewives? I've heard of it. I've heard people very early when we first set up the Discord chat. I heard some of the guys in the States talking about it. I don't think it ever made its way as far as Europe. Or at least Britain. But then again, I don't really watch too much TV. It was that annoying point in the 2000s where like the entire thing was just drama. For drama's sake. And it wasn't like intriguing drama either. It was just kind of, you know, high school drama. So I think I need to make that a bit longer. Thanks for popping by, Danny. Hope you had fun. And we'll see you later. we should be... I'm not even on the colouring stage yet, so I'm assuming I'll be back on Wednesday. So feel free to drop in then, if you have the time as well. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. I did watch flipping chick flicks in TV show form. I remember the girls when I was in school used to ask this to all the boys. Oh, did you watch this? And we were like, no, we didn't. We were playing sports, like we were playing football. Leave me alone. Let me chase my ball. Pretty Little Liars. Oh my god, what have I done? What have I done? I'm pretty. That's still on Netflix, isn't it? Is it still going? So that's going okay. Again, because I'm a cheaty digital artist, to save time, I'm just gonna quickly copy and paste this and see if I can manipulate it a bit. That kind of works. It's a bit off, but have you guys watched You on Netflix? It's so good. I've never seen it, but the thing is, like, here we don't, like, I think in the States you have so much more on Netflix than we do, because half the time people say, oh, you can watch this on Netflix, and we don't have it here. So we've got Netflix, but we don't get the same programs as you do. See, quick shit, no one will ever know. Damn, it's 11 here already. There's only an hour left. Blimey. I love how you guys are still talking about this. And I've got no idea what any of you are talking about. Just me here nerding out over Ahsoka, and you guys are talking about US chick flick high school drama stuff. Have to petition to get you on your net. You haven't even described it to me. How do I even know that it's going to be, you know, something I want to watch? Look at me. I've got the words hot and tuna on my t-shirt. I mean, need I say more? Also, again, I'm seeing a little thing in the corner. There's 5 of us in here, but only 2 talking. Who are you people in the background? Say hello. Introduce yourselves. I only bite a little bit. The guys in the chat bite a lot, probably. Or just stay and chill. Either or. But like you see, I'm drawing Ahsoka. Lovely, lovely Ahsoka. And we're having an argument about what the hell this thing is called. Because I've got no idea what the hell it is. The closest I could come up with is waistband. God knows. Do I like stalker murder shows? I can't say I've ever watched one, to be honest, so I can't really offer an opinion. What the hell is a stalker murder show? Do I want to know? I think that's doing alright, isn't it? It's got to do little naily things on the top, and we should be pretty good. So again, with these tiny little circles, it's always cool to get that rounded effect. Plot them out slowly with a really dark brush and then just go over slowly. In fact, I'm an idiot. I've got my reference in front of me, I'm not looking at it, because they are supposed to be over there. But then go over with the lighter colour. And again, this is why digital art is perfect for me, is because I just wander off and, you know, just make mistakes. I just fall asleep in the middle of a painting and put things in the wrong places. Again, just going to do the same here. A nice bright colour. Slowly. A little bit of light on the top of it to get that kind of lighting effect. And again, always having in mind that the light is coming from up there, so the main character is a crazy stalker who falls in love with a woman and protects her by killing the people around her that he believes is bad for her. Sounds a bit creepy. Not gonna lie. It is an interesting premise. I'll give you that. It's one of those shows which sounds as though it could be quite good, but you've got to be in the right frame of mind to watch it. Probably went a bit too light on those two there, but doesn't matter. But again, putting those tiny details on makes all the difference. Again, you see I'm kind of keeping everything separate, on separate layers. So I know the belt's in 2 layers, but that's just so that later when it comes to the shading and the lighting, it's just that much easier, especially with the soft shading, because it allows you to do different parts at different times. Okie dokie. And actually, I've totally forgotten about the button things there as well, but we'll go back into that later. Can't wait for the Witcher second season. Right, I really enjoyed the series, but having never played the games, I've got no idea what was going on for like any of it. It's so good and it's not scary, and you surprisingly like the murderer guy. Okay. Maybe that's just you. At which point, I don't think we're coming to the States anymore. But free Galaxy's Edge, so, you know, it's neither here or there. Right, now the question is, again, I'm going to lock all these layers just to keep them in place. But I think for the armour, probably is best if I take from the dress area. No problem, Amber. Like I said to everyone before, probably, like, I thought I'd be on colour at this point today, but clearly not. So we'll be back on Wednesday at the same time. So if you want to pop in then as well, then obviously you're more than welcome. Oh, I have to play them, but the fact that you're supposed to realise later it's about different times. Yeah, that's the thing. It did, like, it's one of those things where you watch it, and if you hadn't already played the game, you're, like, totally lost. Like, I was completely lost. I enjoyed it, and I could kind of follow some storylines, but I was completely lost. Cool. I have no idea when Thanksgiving is, Amber, so have fun if you're doing it soon, I guess. Sorry for being ignorant British, but we don't have it. See you later. So, actually at this point, I'm probably going to take a similar kind of shape just from here, because it doesn't need to fit with the body. But yeah, I did. I really enjoyed The Witcher, and I tried to start it again, but again, because it doesn't make a huge amount of sense to me, I kind of just left it on hold for a bit. But maybe when I've got some spare cash lying around, I might buy the games. But that might take a while. Where are we? Here. So again, that's actually surprisingly a little bit lighter, isn't it? I think I like the second season though. I hope I do. If they don't have all the time jumps and whatever. And I'm assuming if it's like the games, it's going to be set further in the future, isn't it? So Ciri will have grown up. Like, she's the only character I actually know, other than, obviously, Geralt. Or I can read the books. But the prequels. See, the thing is, right, this is... You talk to me now is how I talk to people about Star Wars. And I know they don't get it. So, what order you need to read stuff in and watch stuff in, and it's just all a big mess. Yep. What am I doing? I want to lighten this up a bit. I think. Yeah. It'll do. We can always fix it later. It actually kind of comes down a bit like that, doesn't it? And in fact, because we're going almost a bit more realistic, I might make it a bit longer than it is on the reference. Does that work? I think that works. then obviously it kind of is a bit. Ooh. What's happening there? Just using the brush, obviously. Kind of comes a bit like that, doesn't it? I think this kind of works, doesn't it? That rough shape. Then the fun part about that is I can then copy it, take it over here, and I can then use it for these ones later as well. But for now, I'm just going to concentrate on trying to get this looking bit nicer. Let's get some of those again highlighty kind of areas popping a bit. Kind of be a bit rounded, don't they? Again, just get a slightly darker brush to get in those shadows. Again, because I've done it on a separate layer, I can quite easily play around with the lightness, make it a little bit darker, make it so it's more of a mid-tone, isn't it? It's not quite as bright as the circle in the middle. It's still lighter than what's inside, but underneath that, you can just kind of get a nice big brush and flatten it out a bit. Just kind of merge it in with the shading, which is already there anyway from the skirt. Yeah, Mirror, I kind of feel bad because you've come here wanting to see colour and I've still not managed to get around to it. But at the rate things are going, hopefully on Wednesday hey, what can I do? What can I say? I guess they say patience is a virtue for a reason. Don't know what the reason is, but... But actually, I completely underestimated how complicated the armor was. Especially in terms of painting. Some nice dark bits there just to make the white stand out. It will. It will. And you know what the thing is normally a paint like this would take me between, again, I said roughly 12, 16, 20 hours, depending on how difficult it was. The Talon one probably took a lot less because there's less clothing. But, obviously because I'm chatting with you guys at the same time, it might take a bit longer. So again, might just add even less than that, but just that kind of highlighty colour and just blend it in. I'm trying. I'm male. I mean, it doesn't come naturally to me. What can I say? Whoop. That's ended up quite nice. No, I'm pretty sure Alison is still here somewhere. Again, you can kind of see here what I mean about the layers. That's nice. And actually thinking about it, I might not bother with this piece, so I'm just gonna duplicate these ones instead. Probably worth putting them in folders as well, just to be sure. Just play with that positioning. That looks quite nice actually, doesn't it? So I'm going to turn the opacity down on that a bit. Through some jiggery pokery. I'm going to get rid of... This is something I hate. So randomly, in the middle of painting, spacing always seems to screw up, especially on the rubber. But whatever. If I turn it back up again. Ah, it's behind, and we're constantly distracting you. That's alright. It'd be a bit of a boring stream if I didn't talk to any of you. Like, I know it's a big thing on Twitch at the minute is the whole kind of... People are up in arms about the music copyright and all this sort of stuff, but at the end of the day, is the music's only really needed if you don't talk. Like, I like to put it on just as a bit of sort of mellow backdrop. It does help fill in the time, but there's some streamers out there who just don't say anything. Like, at all, and then complain about the copyright of the music. It's a bit kind of like, well, get over it. Because at the end of the day, we're here to chill together. And maybe learn some neat little tricks, so... You ain't gonna do that if we're not talking to each other. Ah! It works quite nice, doesn't it? But don't worry about distracting me, because I need to talk, because if I don't talk, nobody else is going to come in. I'm not very interesting if I don't talk. Actually, probably I'm more interesting if I don't talk. I forget which way that goes. But you know what? I think we've done quite well today. We've still got 45 minutes, well, yeah, 45 minutes left. So, if we're lucky and quick, the armour might just get done. So I still need to do the arms and all that kind of stuff. We'll see. We'll see. Let's duplicate that again. I'm gonna flip that like that. That kind of, again, needs to be a bit different in terms of the shape, but we can work on it. See, that doesn't quite work, does it? So it's always worth giving this stuff a try, but it doesn't always work. So I might just get rid of that top layer for a bit. So you can disappear over here, so I've got some colours. And then this happy chappy, I can start using the shape tool on. You can see, kind of points down there. That's a big old slope, doesn't it? So kind of needs to come out, but not so far. It's actually interesting to see you talk and draw. What's the winky face for? But it's really a multitasking skill, and some people say that women are better than multitasking. In my experience, we're equally as useless, if I'm being totally honest. But no, I mean, the industry might be dead, but I suppose working in bars has taught me to multitask and talk and do stuff at the same time, I guess. Again, this one needs to kind of come down here, doesn't it? Not so far, but there we go. So we can definitely get rid of that stuff at the top. Again, that kind of shapes around a bit like that, doesn't it? Where's that inwards curve? Which then moves in at the bottom. But honestly, a lot of the girls that I've worked in bars and everything, like, they're just as bad as guys for not being able to multitask. Like, they'll stand there and chinwag for God knows how long. It's a myth, damn it. Again, let's just use what we've got to try and create some interesting shapes. Because we've already done the hard work, so why not? So that can go there. If I then cut this bit out, I can then kind of switch it over. No, of course it's not. Like, everybody's so obsessed with what gender can do what and all this kind of crap, and it's just like, honestly, we're just as useless as each other. I think that's the best and most healthy way to look at it. We each have our quirks. In the end of the day, it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Honestly, looking at it now, I probably need to straighten that out a wee bit, or make it longer, at least, to match up. That kind of works, doesn't it? Yeah, it just seems to be that constant refinement. Of what you're doing. And some people thought this was going to be quick. We'll just pop in on one stream and we'll see how we do it, and we'll never bother us again. And 3 days later, we're not even halfway through. Cool, so that's good. So I don't get confused, I'm just going to title that right. Title that one left. Title that one center, because I've learnt my lesson from that. I've screwed myself with that far too many times. But again, it's kind of like sculpting. So this one I'm actually going to put behind the plate, so I get that nice dark contrast between the outline and the actual armor, and it makes it look, and it gives that illusion of this kind of outliney bit being behind the armor. You see what I mean? Just because it's got that really nice sharp edge. See that bit there, can just reuse. Let's call it recycling. It's the same principle. And then just on the bottom here, let's just paint it in. Why not? A little bit darker down there. It's not perfect, but hit start. Again, of course, I can take my eraser, put that opacity down, even make it a bit smaller, just get some of those edges. And actually, again, I've been an idiot because I'm now looking at the reference. I can see it's actually outside of the belt. So, kind of, if we actually just get rid of this flipping thing now. It's actually a bit further down, isn't it? And that's one of the difficult things about doing this, actually. Speaking at the same time as drawing, is the fact that you lose concentration so much easier. And I just start drawing what I think is there whilst I'm talking, rather than what's actually in the picture. So I'm going to bring that up a bit. Not so far. Works. Can now start erasing this old trash. That on that one as well. That's why you had this little hand problem last time. No, to be fair, the reference picture that I was using for that did have the thumb like that, and I just didn't notice. So when I put it onto paper, I was just going by what the reference said. And this is where you need to be careful with references, right? Because sometimes you can concentrate so much on a reference and doing what the reference is showing you that you forget that in your own picture and your own stylized version, that might not work. Which is actually why, quite a lot of the time, I steer clear of references completely for that first sort of plotting out stage. Maybe just for little tiny details, I'll get something up. But no, yeah, when it came to the painting and the fact that I didn't even realise that it wasn't working, that's where me speaking and not realising what was going on was probably the problem. Or is where the mistake was made. But we live and learn, and we got a funny clip out of it, so. Actually, again, I might just sharpen up the top edge there. I might as well, just to give it that little bit of extra dynamism, make it a bit smaller so that it almost fades away into the back. And then, as always, a little bit of blending. Never goes too far amiss. It's actually come way out, isn't it? So, I'm going to thin it out a bit. I think that isn't too bad. Might just need to thicken out these side bits, but again, using a darker colour, I might just go along these edges here. To give that 3D effect. I mean, the other thing that it could have been about me making the mistake with a hand is just me being bone dead stupid. I mean, it's either or. I'm not quite sure which. Whoop. That's not what I want to do. Again, because I've changed the size of that one, I'm probably going to need to just fill that around again to make it that bit longer, just to even it out. Maybe rotate it a bit so I can get that edge. Nice and sweet. Now, honestly, I think the pattern I will probably leave till the very last thing that we do. So kind of after the colouring is already done, and I'll put it as kind of an overlay. So because we haven't got a huge amount of time left, I'm not going to bother starting on, let's say, these bits of armour just yet. I will go ahead and quickly do the headband, because that's just a case of cutting it out, maybe recolouring it a bit. Just going to quickly go through and lock some of these. It's alright. But actually, at some point I'm going to do this for absolutely everything. So even, let's say, the head tails and whatever, they're all going to be on separate layers, and there's just going to be one overriding layer underneath, which I can then use to come back to, and I'll show you some tricks which you can use with lighting once all the colour's in. But at some point, maybe we should do like a paint along kind of thing. So let's say everybody's got their tablets or whatever they've got out, and we actually do it together, working from the same reference or whatever, which I can put on the screen. Not sure how well it will go, but it's worth a try. Nice. So that's all good. Same old trick again. Copy it onto a new layer. Sort of popped out a bit. Let's bring it to the top. Get it that bit darker. Doesn't need to be too dark. Probably I'll play with the contrast a bit on this one because it's got lots of different colours on it, isn't it? Oh. Take up that brightness and the contrast. That looks better, doesn't it? Yeah, that works. That works. So again, just to get rid of these icky bits of line, like you can see around here, there's bits where it's not quite blended in. I can either go back to the original source and kind of go over them and re-blend them, or I can just be cheaty-weety and make little bits of this area just that touch bigger. And it gets rid of them for me anyway. Like a boss. Again, this is one of the ones where I'm just going to go over with a slight opacity driven eraser. And it just softens out some of those edges. Don't need to do them all. Whoop. There we go. You can actually see underneath, a lot of that black is the shadow underneath on the face, so that when we come to colouring it, that very dark colour, of course we can change it slightly, but that very dark colour will reflect the skin tone as opposed to the headband, the headpiece on top of it. Yeah, I think we're looking pretty good. Might also just do these little... I don't even know what these are. Somebody explain this to me. What are these things? They lights? Let's just pretend they're a little pattern. Let's just try and find... And again, this is where having so many layers is a bit of a pain, because I need to try and find the correct one, which in itself is an absolute nightmare sometimes. Should really label them, but come on. What do you think I am? Take it down even further. Almost give them a bit of a 3D vibe. A little shine at the top there. I think that kind of works. Maybe a bit smaller, but I'm not sure. Enough faffing. And again, maybe what I'm going to do is a quick kind of workaround because again, you can see the outer layer, in essence, it's almost rimmed, isn't it? So let's just quickly make yet another copy. That seems to be all I'm doing at the minute. Just copying these layers. Just around the edge. So you can neaten them up a bit later. You don't need to be perfect just yet. Of course, the other side's on the other side of the canvas, so it's fine. Let's copy it again. Make that nice and light. And thinking about our lighting, we're just gonna go around certain parts of it just to bring out them highlights. So again, maybe even lighter. Just giving that nice 3D effect and shaping it off. Doesn't need to be perfect. Of course, we can go blend. See if we can get some of those darker bits in as well. Quite nice, but I think I'd like it to not be quite as bright. So it blends a bit more, it doesn't stand out as much. So I think that's quite a nice value to start that with. Probably just group those together as well, just so we don't lose them. Again, might just add some rim lighting. Just to brighten it up. Again, always thinking about those parts of the shapes which are being heavily lit in comparison to everything else. It just gives that little sort of twinkle. Let's call it a twinkle. That will do. And honestly, I think the only last thing I'm going to do for tonight, so I might just cut this piece out. Because again, we can see it's much lighter. So that might be worth doing. Whilst I think of it. So. Nice little shape to cut out. Right click, copy. Head up to our adjustments. Brighten it up. There we go. Lovely jubbly. Just merge them together. And honestly, I think that's going to be roughly it for today. I suppose the one last thing I could do, thinking about it, I know I've said that 15 times already, but bear with me. Just going to take that little legs area, I'm gonna copy that, and I'm going to make it dark to kind of match the leggings. And funnily enough, that's actually brought up a little bit of a problem there. So does that come from there? Yes, it has. Let's get rid of that. Well, I think that's it for today. Pretty sure Mira's gone to sleep. Are you still here? There's only one of you here, so you can't hide. Nah. She's gone. Mira, type something. Mira. It's at this awkward point where it's actually not Mira that's still here. Somebody else. Anyway, we had a good run. We're going to do the armor next time. The armor. The armor. So the arm plates. And then, once that's all done, I'm pretty sure we will be on to colour. So, that'll be something to look forward to. So, cheers everyone, and I will see you on Wednesday, same time.